from Mary de Guzman or whatever her name is, Maria de Guzman or whatever their secretary is.
Crazy because I've been getting over this weekend.
It is 5:30. I will call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Meissner,
Present.
Councilmember Beltran,
Present.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Present.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We'll now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone that would like to come forth for the closed session? No one in the audience? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now go into the city council closed session items.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 11 items before the council in closed session this evening. The first pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Council Labor Negotiator Agency Negotiator John Lawless, Patrice Hildreth, and Juliana Andrade. Employee organizations, Porterville City Firefighters Association, Management and Confidential Series, Porterville City Employees Association, and all unrepresented management employees. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim Claimant Josefina Garcia, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim claimant Efren Garcia, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim claimant Michael McElney, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 5, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim claimant Jaime Martinez, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 6, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim claimant Daniela Swanson, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 7, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim claimant Brandon Wilson, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 8, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, cause legal counsel, existing litigation, Rady Strawn v. Bruce Sokoloff et al., U.S. District Court, Eastern District, case number 1, colon 22-CV-1245-AWIEPG. Item 9, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Legal Counsel anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 6 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. Item 10, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Legal Counsel anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 1 case. And item 11, Government Code Section 54957, threat to public services or facilities, consultation with Jay Costello, Porterville EOC Incident Commander. Staff's report.
Thank you. It is 5:32. We will now go into closed session.
Okay, so in order to get more information on the
It is 6:37. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. On items A2 and A3, claims from Josephine Garcia and Efren Garcia, motion by Councilmember Beltran, seconded by Vice Mayor Carrillo, and a 5-0 vote. Those claims were rejected. On item A4, claim by Michael McElhaney, motion by Councilmember Beltran, seconded by Vice Mayor Carrillo, and a 5-0 vote. That claim was rejected. On claim A5, Jaime Martinez, motion by Councilmember Meister, seconded by Councilmember Beltran, and a 5-0 vote. That claim was rejected. On claim A6, Daniela Swanson, motion by Councilmember Wyrock and seconded by Vice Mayor Carrillo, and a 5-0 vote. That claim was rejected. And on item A7, claim by Brandon Wilson on a motion by Councilmember Meister and a second by Mayor Flores. That claim was rejected by a 5-0 vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite you to please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Wyrock, and to please remain standing for an invocation or a moment of silence.
I please join me in saluting and the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there anyone that would like to come forth and do the invocation?
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this great day. Lord, help us to remember all the blessings that we have in this great free society that is a republic. As you are representative for us before God, we are representatives before the public. Lord, be with us as we do the matters of this and the business of this city, that we may make good decisions, right decisions, and just lift up the honor of your name in these chambers. In God we trust. And all these things I pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth and do an invocation? You may be seated. We will now move into the presentations with the Public Works Flood Fighters.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Ask if staff that are here tonight to be recognized, if you guys would like to just stand and kind of come to the front podium, and after I finish saying a couple words, if you just would mention your name and the department that you work in. It is with great honor that I present before you tonight to express the deepest gratitude and admiration for each and every one of the staff being recognized here for their efforts and dedication to the March storm events. The event affected the community and was challenging for all, and continues to be challenging as it impacts surrounding communities, both in our community and west of us. But the tireless efforts and unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of the citizens proved to be a shining example of what it truly means to be a public servant in our community. Examples of staff's actions have been shared and witnessed amongst all of us. The dedication to the cleanup and mitigation efforts following the storm and ongoing efforts proved to be exceptional, despite the long hours, dangerous conditions, and personal sacrifices that were required. Public Works staff rose to the challenge and with courage and with professionalism. The selflessness and commitment to the community has been inspiring. The city of Porterville is blessed to have such a dedicated and talented group of individuals working tirelessly to ensure the safety and well-being of our citizens. I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation and thanks to each and every one of the representing Public Works staff here tonight, and for those that are unable to attend. And so with that, I'd like to recognize, as a symbol of our appreciation, the opportunity to recognize you for the gratitude and outstanding service in the community. If you guys would please stand, come up, and give us your name and the department you work with. Thank you, Mr. Baeza, for being first. There's the right there, microphone right there.
Joe Baeza, the street department.
Hector Gonzalez, Water Utilities.
Come this way.
Go this way.
Richard Higginbotham, Water Utilities.
Man, you're off the clock and they're still telling you what to do.
Angel Sandoval, Refuse. David Payne, Water Utilities.
Johnny Pruitt, Water Utilities.
Cliff Savage, Refuse.
John Soto Refuge.
Clyde Lupton, Water Department.
Robert Alvarez Field Services.
Isaiah Fajardo, Streets Department.
Miguel Blas, Street Department.
Freddie Perez, Street Department.
Melcher Alvarez, Street Department.
Zach Duke, Water Utilities.
Jeff Duke, Wastewater.
Chad Maddox, wastewater.
Warren Kabehi, Street Department. Rudy Gonzalez, Street Department. Ruben Rodriguez, Street Department.
And so just,
Gentlemen, your work did not go unnoticed. There were many countless hours that you were out there within 24-hour notice of the flood evacuation notices and everything that was being done on task. I saw the crews through the streets immediately. I saw big vehicles taking stuff to the river. While you were working on the rivers, didn't go unnoticed because from a distance, while some of us were watching you work, it was an amazing task and a job knowing that you put yourselves right in harm's way while they were doing the work. You have families, and you did it because you were protecting your community, and know how much you were appreciated. Early morning hours, constant, 24/7, especially during the beginning in those initial stages when the topography of the riverbed was being taken, the removal of the debris. Watching it from a distance, Mr. Knight, I don't know how many times I would call you and tell you to let your men know how much they were appreciated, and the tiredness. I can only imagine, because at the drop of a notice, you were there. You were a constant, and I appreciate you. Council, is there anything that you would like to add?
We appreciate you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll say great effort on River Springs. You guys saved homes. Rio Vista, I sat and watched from Plano Bridge, and I thought you guys lost. I'll be honest with you. I watched the work. I was going, there's no way. When it was at the max flow, I didn't think you guys had saved those homes, and you did. My hat, if I had a hat on, I'd tip it to you. Great job.
We just want to add also that you guys were dealing with unpredictable conditions, and just to be able to be out there doing your jobs during the unpredictable conditions for the city and the residents, and just the long hours. And I can't reiterate that, just because we were all kind of dealing with our own things, and watching, being worried for the community and worried for the staff. And then as we had updates with Mr. Knight and just seeing the look on his face of worry and also being exhausted, then we thought further of you guys and all the work that you were doing. So I also, like the mayor, want to just personally say thank you for all the work, and to your families as well.
I want to conclude by saying to the women that support you, I know that it's very difficult, especially their safety, that especially during that time when they were out there. I even said, oh my gosh, when I was watching it from a distance at the Westwood Bridge, how regardless of what it was, that you were out there while that water was just immensely flowing, to remove some of that debris, to do what you have to do So I commend and I applaud your support system at home. Once again, we honor you this evening. Thank you, Mr. Knight. We'll now go into the next presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have with us this evening Mr. Jeff Peak from Clifford Larson Allen, LLP, who's going to be providing a presentation of the audit for fiscal year 2021-22.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Peak, and I am a principal with Clifton Larson Allen. We're the auditors for the city. And first of all, I would like to extend my thanks to Maria and John and the city finance staff for all of their hard work in providing the information necessary to be able to complete the audit. And just to give a little bit of a quick background, the purpose of our audit is to perform procedures over the financial statement information to be able to provide reasonable but not absolute assurance that those financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects. And we do that by performing planning and risk assessments at the beginning of our audit that allow us to be able to design and conduct our audit procedures, which include analytical and substantive test work. And then that allows us to be able to provide our opinion based upon that test work performed for the audit. I'm going to go ahead and go through 3 different reports. And hopefully you have these reports in front of you. The first report that I'm going to discuss is related to our report on the city's ACFR. And really, I'm going to just focus on the portions of this that are my reports, and that starts on page 12 of the ACFR, the Independent Auditor's Report. I would like to note that there were some changes this year related to the implementation of the Statement on Auditing Standards 134, which actually changed around the configuration of the audit report. And I'm actually happy to say that now all of our opinions are the very first thing within the report, which I know is the most important piece of that report for everyone. And so on this first page, on page 12, it discusses...
Excuse me, Mr.
yes.
Peck, Don Wyrock here, City Council member. I see we have an item on the agenda on the consent calendar, item 10, financial status reports.
That's not the same.
That's not the same.
No.
And we do not have before us
No.
what you're describing.
Fernando's going to pull it up for you
Okay.
momentarily.
Thank you.
I would say this report was provided to the Internal Audit Committee. So this was first presented to them and so this is now for the benefit of the entire council and the public.
Thank you,
Even
Mr.
though that was
Wallace.
available to the public as well and is recorded out on YouTube, so you can see this presentation twice if you would like.
And I don't have the ability to share screens at the current moment, but I would be happy to share screens if that's desired, if I was given access to do that.
Mr. Peak, this is Fernando, City Clerk. You have the ability to do so now?
Oh, wonderful. All right. So now you should be able to see the independent auditor's report on your screen.
Yes, we see it now, Jeff.
Wonderful. So this is the report that we provide over the city's financial statements. This is the important part. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above are presented fairly in all material respects. And that's an unmodified opinion. That's the best possible opinion that we can provide on the financial statements. I would also like to mention that we do have an emphasis of matter. This emphasis of matter paragraph in the financials is, in this case, describing GASB 87, which is the new lease standard that was implemented this year. And the new lease standard, what that did was it required the city for lessee-type leases to report a right-to-use asset as well as a corresponding liability, and as a lessor, recognize a lease receivable and a corresponding deferred inflow of resources related to those leases. So that was something that was new this year, implemented, and so if you look through the financial statements, you will see those new categories for the right-to-use asset, the lease liability, lease receivable, and deferred inflows related to lease revenues. And then moving on to the single audit report. The single audit report contains two different reports. The first report is the independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting. And this just describes some of the things that we look at in regards to what an internal control deficiency is, and if there are significant deficiencies or material weaknesses identified when we do our test work. And I will go through, we did identify one item that we consider to be a material weakness in the current year financial statements, and I'll go through that in a moment. But there was only one item that we identified that we felt needed to be included in this internal control report. The next report is the Uniform Guidance Report. This is the report for the single audit over the major federal programs that are selected for test work. And in this case, we have an unmodified opinion in relation to major federal programs that we tested for this current year and didn't have any findings related to controls or compliance over those major federal programs. I'm going to flip down to our summary of auditors' results. It's on page 10 of this report. And you'll notice this is just a nice summary of the findings that we had for the audit. And this is just identifying that we did have that material weakness, but we did not note any significant deficiencies or other non-compliance or anything over the federal awards. And the programs that we tested as major programs as part of the single audit this year were related to the Federal Transit Cluster, as well as the Coronavirus State Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. And this is the finding that I had referred to, and this finding had to do with accounts receivable and unearned revenue. And in this case, what had happened was there were amounts that were being included in accounts receivable and in unearned revenue where the city had not actually earned the revenue yet. And so those things were not supposed to be reported within those financial statement categories. And so we had to report an adjustment to remove that from accounts receivable and from unearned revenue on the financial statements. The next report that I wanted to go through is the governance communication. And I won't spend a lot of time on this because there are several things that we've already kind of talked through, but this is just general communications that were required to communicate with governance. It describes the implementation of GASB 87 again, talks through some of the estimates that are included in the financial statements and some things that you would need to be aware of related to how estimates can change. We talk a little bit about there were some uncorrected misstatements, meaning they weren't material to the financial statements, and so we did not record them. We just passed on recording those, but they weren't significant. And then we also had a corrected misstatement that we discussed, as well as some other findings and audit issues. I will bring attention to this other finding and audit issues section because under the new Statement of Accounting Standard 134, there were some additional communications that we have to provide to the city and to governance in the current year. And what that is when we do our risk assessments that I was referring to as a part of our planning process for the audit, we're required to identify things that we consider are areas of significant risk or fraud risk and things like that. And so there's several different risks that we lay out within here that we consider to be a higher risk. The one that I did want to point out in particular, management override of control, is considered a fraud risk. This is actually a required risk that we have to have within all of our audits. So I would have to give this as a risk to all of my clients. It's not something that's unique to the city, but it is a risk that we have to consider when we're doing our audit procedures, that there could be management override of control. That was really all that I needed to go through in regards to those reports that we have for this evening. I am happy to answer any questions that anyone might have at this time.
Thank you, Jeff, for the information on the report. This is the information that was presented at the Internal Audit Committee at the last time we had, and I reported out that he would be bringing it to council. I'm going to give it to council and see if you had any questions to the present with regard to the presentation or any questions of your own to ask. Councilmember Meister, do you have any questions? Vice Mayor? I do not. Councilmember Beltran? Councilmember Wyrock?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you for the report and for the reports, Mayor, that the committee brought to us as you met. The material weakness, I understand that you provide that to all of your clients where management could override a control as a worry for fraud or as something for fraud. During the audit, did you find any management overrides of the controls that we have in place or controls that are standard for the industry?
I mean, there was no evidence of management override of controls in the procedures that we performed.
I wouldn't think so. Thank you very much. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, with that being said, thank you very much for taking the time and giving us the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. If you are here for the public hearing, item number 17, please hold your comments until then. When that item comes up on the agenda, you will be given the opportunity to speak and comment at that time. You'll be asked to state your name and address for the record on both of that, and then I'm going to emphasize that the 3-minute per speaker time period will be adhered to so that City Council in an orderly fashion can proceed with its decision-making responsibilities this evening. Is there anyone that would like to come forth under oral communications?
Brock Neely, addresser on record. In speaking to item 18, Assembly Bill 1090 sets up the processes for the Board of Supervisors to actually set up a due process for removal of a sheriff for cause. For cause means illegal activities, basically, in his position. Everybody is accountable to somebody. But the only elected official within the state of California that cannot be removed for cause is an elected sheriff. There are some sheriffs in this state that probably should be removed because of some of their actions in some of the jails and things. Now, I understand why Mr. Boudreau is opposing this, being that he is the president now of the California Sheriff's Association. So it's a political thing for him to keep his position. But this is not bad legislation. Everybody is accountable to somebody. The only way you can remove a sheriff currently is through a recall. If you wanted to recall Boudreau, it would probably cost about $850,000 to the taxpayers by the time you had the secondary election to elect somebody to replace him. The other thing is on Senate Bill 94. That sets up a processes so judges can review sentences that have mitigating circumstances. For instance, if you have a Vietnam veteran that is sentenced and his actions were as a result of his PTSD, should he be kept in prison? Or should that be reviewed and maybe moved to a mental institution? Or you have a youth that was abused and committed the crime after the episode of abuse, or a victim of domestic abuse. That's all this is doing. It's not just willy-nilly letting people go. It's reducing sentences for mitigating circumstances. I don't see it as a bad piece of legislation. For one thing, who wants to pay all the tax dollars to keep building these damn prisons? Just saying.
Thank you. Is there someone else that would like to come forward?
Good evening. My name is Yolanda Bocanegra, and I reside in Terabella. And I'm here this evening as a representative of the Porterville Community Flag Day Committee, as well as a member of the Porterville Exchange Club. We have been sponsors to this committee for many, many years. And I come here with a heavy heart today to address an issue that has been weighing heavily on the members of the Flag Day Committee. As many of you know, the annual committee Flag Day ceremony has been a long-standing tradition in Porterville, bringing together the residents from all walks of life to celebrate our patriotism and shared values. However, I am here to inform you that this cherished tradition is now in jeopardy of being lost due to lack of interest, leadership, physical and monetary donations. The Community Flag Day Committee is struggling to make this event happen. Despite their best efforts, they simply cannot make this happen on their own. The Community Flag Day ceremony has always been a collaborative effort with many organizations and individuals coming together to help make it happen. Unfortunately, in recent years, fewer organizations have stepped forward to help with this event. This has put a strain on the time, the energy, and the resources of the organizers. This is why I'm here to appeal to the City Council, our businesses, and our organizations to step up and help preserve this vital piece of this community. I urge you to consider the importance of this tradition and the value it brings to our city. The Community Flag Day ceremony has always been a symbol of unity and a time for our community to come together. We cannot afford to lose this tradition simply because of lack of support. Remember, we were awarded and named the All-American City at one time for our patriotism, our Americanism, our love of country, and its flag. Therefore, I urge the City Council, our businesses, and our local clubs to take action to provide the necessary resources to support the Community Flag Day Committee. This may include physical, monetarily, donations, volunteer hours, efforts, leadership to ensure that it is successful.
Please summarize. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Thank you. I lost my train of thought. So I urge you to come together as a community, showing that we still value these traditions, Americanism, patriotism, country, and love of our flag. I invite the City Council members, I invite anyone who is here to join us on May the 10th at 8 a.m. to the Elks Club, which will be our next gathering. And hopefully we can put this together. May I go on?
Council? Yes. 30 more seconds.
Okay. There are many, many items that need to be purchased. The flag itself is a $3,000 purchase. We have to rent the lifts, and there's only 2 in our county that can go that high. So all of these add up. So we need to have some support monetarily, physically, and volunteer efforts. So please, I urge you to send a representative to that meeting if you can, or at least help us get the word out. Thank you.
Please leave your contact information with staff, at least the information for the committee effort.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth?
Hello, Josh Flowers, address on record. I'm here tonight to talk to you about superheroes. So, growing up, my favorite superhero was Superman. And, growing up, I always thought this S stood for Superman. But later in life, I realized it wasn't that. It was a symbol for hope. And I thought, oh, that's pretty interesting. And so I bring that forward to you because I was thinking the other day, if Superman never acted on anything that they did, I guess I wouldn't really care much about him, And I don't think anybody actually would. So what I realized was true heroes are those who actually put themselves between them and the threat that is occurring to those who are in danger. Tonight we got to see that with Mike and his crew, what they did for the city. We see it every day with the firefighters and our police officers, how they're willing to go put themselves between the threat and the person who's going to be affected by that. So tonight I come to you with hope. I hope that each of you understand the power that you have as council people and what you can do for this community. I'm asking you each to interpose yourself in this upcoming homeless crisis, the crisis that we're having with the homelessness. The threat is absolutely real, not only to individuals, but also to businesses. We're seeing inflation at an all-time high. Cost of doing business is extremely high. And if there's graffiti or if there is a fire mark that is next to a building, their insurance is almost tripling just because of that. It's going to be a point to where businesses cannot do business in Porterville anymore just because of the insurance going up too high. So we have to look at the threat as being real. We have a unique opportunity. I talked to you last time about it. That armory could give us, according to the Red Cross, 120 beds? If we have those 120 beds available, now we got to figure out how you're going to pay for it and everything, but the bottom line is we can actually go out there and enforce the no encampment laws. And we can clean the city up and protect the citizens who are taxpayers, who are doing the right thing, and protect those businesses as well. I just believe that Porterville can go a different chart, and I believe that each and every one of you can have that S on your chest, and you guys can do the right thing. Now, with that being said, I'm absolutely with you guys if you guys choose to go with opposing the bill. It is the people who elect the sheriff, and he's a constitutional sheriff. And so if they're doing wrong, the people will get rid of him, not 5 individuals. So again, thank you guys for your time, and thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward?
Hello, City Council, people in town. My name is Sergio Gonzalez. I'm just here to, address a few issues with the Santa Fe Railroad. I represent them a little bit. There's a lot of sea trains up in the Fresno area that are in need of moving out of the valley. There's no railroad tracks. Now, I've been part of a little investigation that's been going on for about 25 years or so, and I've been waiting to hear from certain people from Sacramento and other places, and there's quite a few things going on with that. The thing is that all this has to do with the speed train from a long time ago that got stopped. All of a sudden, that had to do with the bill, the big deal that brought in all the utilities from statewide into the county. All that got stopped, and also just the finishing of the the new Porterville Library, which was supposed to be over by the courthouse, the courthouse itself, the speed train and the Amtrak, they're all on a different times tables, and I'm just wondering, when is there going to be any like report as far as like what timetable is all this going to be on? Because all this is on a bill that's already been paid for. It's on it was a benevolent account. It was on the All American City accounts. It was on the Woodrow Wilson account act also, and there's just a lot of missing stuff, and I'm just wondering where does it all end up? Because I mean, there's a bill called the consideration of the Assembly Bill 1090, Jones Sawyer and the State and the Senate bill. That's a bill that has to do with a person that had 3 strikes on him, and he got out of jail because he was facing life, and he was given a chance by Mr. Roper. Now that has nothing to do with anything that's on a bill. That's a law. That has to bring in Mr. Roper, and the person that actually passed that amendment, he passed away, so he's not going to be able to fight for himself on that. And I know the thing is there's a lot of shoestrings that I don't understand that are missing to me. And just as a city citizen, I was just wondering, is there any way to get more information as to like these little tiny details that maybe we can somehow find a little bit more research into it? Like, there's no library, and to be honest, I have a hard time getting on the internet just because of
Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for the information, and we cannot get into a discussion under oral communications. Just leave your contact information with staff.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Cancel.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forth under oral communications?
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Christy Martin. I'm here on behalf of Porterville Chamber, and I just wanted to share some updates, some things that are going on in the office, and then some upcoming events that we have. I also want to extend a special thank you to Mayor Flores. We've had a lot of events, a lot of ribbon cuttings, a lot of things going on lately, and I see you at almost everything. So I really want to say thank you for your support to come out and show the businesses that you're here to show your support for them. So thank you. We welcomed a new member to the chamber, RWM Loans, and we're actually going to be having another ribbon cutting. So you're invited again to come out this Thursday, May 4th at 5:30 p.m. It's going to be at 83 East Harrison. So we'll be having a little bit of a mixer, cutting the ribbon and celebrating their chamber membership and welcoming them. Well, they've been in town a little bit, but we'll be happy to be promoting them. Our next First Friday Coffee is on this Friday, May 5th at 7 a.m. at Galaxy Theaters, and it is sponsored by ITC this month. Next month, our First Friday Coffee is going to be June 2nd, 7 a.m., and we're going to be changing it up a little bit. It is sponsored by Eagle Mountain Casino, and so we're actually going to be holding it out at the Redwood Tap House. So there is RSVP required for that next month because they do have a capacity of 180, and so they want to make sure that we're able to accommodate everybody. So definitely we invite you out to that. They're also going to be having a grand opening and ribbon cutting next Tuesday, May 9th at 10 a.m. out at their new facility, 1850 West Street, out by the airport. We'll then be next Thursday having a business after hours at Valley Strong Credit Union. That's going to be at 5:30 p.m. And then we are going to be starting a new Lunch and Learn series. So our first one is going to be sponsored by Oasis, and they're going to be putting on a workshop for cybersecurity email phishing. That's going to be on June 6th at 12 p.m., and that's open to all businesses. You don't have to be a chamber member. It's free to everybody. So I'm really grateful to them for helping us coordinate that. I'll talk quickly. I also want to give some quick recognition to one of your very own city employees. Our April Ambassador of the Month was Alita Verduzco Silva. She has been just incredible the last couple of months, working really closely with myself, with Chamber, to help us navigate especially Spring Festival. So if you have the opportunity, go to our webpage on the homepage and scroll down a little bit, and there's a blog post that shares a little bit more about why she was picked for the April Ambassador. Speaking of Spring Festival, I'm going to run out of time really quick. I just want to thank, again, all those city departments that were a part of that: Captain Bartow, Lieutenant Acevedo, Michael Knight.
30 seconds to summarize.
Joe and Brianna from Field Services, Donnie and Amy for their coordination in Parks and Leisure. It's the biggest event by far that I've ever planned, and we couldn't have done it without them. Countless committee meetings that they were there for, helping with logistics. We also put out a community feedback survey on our Facebook page. So if you have any feedback to offer us for next year's planning, please go check that out and give us your feedback. And I also want to share, we have a new employee, Jesus Alexander Gomez. He's events and marketing at the Chamber, and he's going to be a really great asset to Chamber and the business community. So,
Thank you, Christy. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Please.
Gail Knuckles, Lone 216. I brought this problem before you last year. It's about the 40 acres the city owns on West Road, right across from the casino. And the leasee keeps using that pump, which pumps out 1,200 gallons a minute, which he overdoes. And then you have this huge reservoir of water at the end of the field, which is a haven for mosquitoes. With the casino across the road now, and they're worried about not having enough water, why does the city make her use the wastewater, which she's going to have abundancy of, especially with the casino there? I just don't understand it. The pipeline's there. She's used it before, but she hasn't used it in years. Why does this keep happening? Because it's a waste of groundwater. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth?
Good evening. Ed McCurvey, District 4. Adam Smith had a really nice quote when he said, "Mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent." We have two bills that you guys put on the agenda, and I heard some testimony here tonight. I'm going to give some counter testimony, and that is, the Constitution sets apart the sheriff at the ballot box in the separation of powers, and it's an important position. Only a power-hungry state would go after that position and that check and balance. There's a way to go about that, and adding a law to do it and sidestep the original foundation and the original balance of power is wrong. The idea here is, our governor in 2008 made a promise to get elected, to end homelessness in 10 years. That was in 2008. In 2018, we've had the worst homeless problem in the history of our state. Promises not kept. And yet he's going after power and after things he doesn't have any authority over. Well, why? Why would he want that? And why is he letting people go out of our prisons so he can shut down the prisons to save money? Mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent, because these criminals are now on our streets. What do we do with them? We saved some money, but what did we do? We're being cruel to the innocent. People have to be held account. It's lawful, not lawlessness. We see with the idea that we tie this homeless thing to affordable housing as if one is connected to the other, and it's not. We see that this intractable problem has now got light at the end of the tunnel just in 2 short months by holding people accountable to the law, equal justice. We're not committing the sin of partiality. We're not playing the social justice game or the equity game where some guys get more chances than others. That's lawlessness. Adam Smith was right. As we put pressure on this issue, we make it hard to be homeless. There is less homelessness. We didn't do anything with affordable housing in the last 2 months, and there's less homelessness. We need to make sure that we're staying the course and finishing what these great men did to start to fix this problem after the crisis of the flood. And I'll still stand before you today and say there's 4 men that I mentioned before you that should be awarded with Courage Under Fire for saving this city from being flooded. Mitch Brown, Michael Knight, the fire chief and the assistant fire chief, they did some great things. And those men and women that we recognize tonight were right there supporting them all the way, but they led the fight to keep this city from getting flooded. Let's keep the law and order, keep the pressure on this lawlessness, and return law and order to our city.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so.
Bob Knuckles, 13144 Road 216, Porterville. I'm here because I've seen some horrible things in the last year or so, and now with the casino, there's a little more of a threat. I've spoken to you before about it. It's the Road 136, which runs along the north side of the sports complex. When there's a major event at the sports complex, the south side of the road fills up. The little road is made a little wider. The city did a good job of putting the signs up, trimming the trees and everything, but people, it's not what I'm worried about, the people, it's the kids that are left in the car for a little while. The rest of their group is headed towards the sports field to see the family play. And they swing that door open, and if you want to park out there, swing the door open, and it'll come over to the double white line on that road. And there's been several times I've had to swerve, and now with the casino out there and the additional traffic on there, I take a different way back to the ranch. But I don't know at this point in time if that's the city's road or it's the county's road or what the situation is, but I think it should be addressed because unfortunately some point in time we're going to have a young person get hit there with a vehicle in it. And I've been through a lot in my life, but it scares me to death when I see that little door open and then they drop their stuff usually and start getting it gathered up, and here you are just a mere few feet away from them. So I don't know what can be done, but maybe if you looked into it, you could figure out some way to. And now with the casino, there's two ways that road, 136 or Scranton, I think it is. That's one of the main roads to the casino now. And by the way, we got invited to the casino, and it's a wonderful, wonderful place. I tell you, Porterville should be very proud of what we've got out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knuckles. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Do we have anyone on virtually? Please let that person in.
Yes, Your Honor, we do have one person that has had their hand raised and appears it goes by Adonis.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Don Snuckles, 854 West K9. I'm basically, I go to work every day, which is out on Road 216, and I do travel on Scranton. And that situation with the cars parking, where you guys have stated no parking, and there's a good reason for that because of the fact that someone with a young child, the kid runs out onto the road and they're going to get hit. So I drive by every day and I've been videoing, and there's plenty of parking in the where they're able to park. If they don't want to park there, they park on the side of the road there. And there's also now they've got they had a taco wagon on the side there also. And it's just with the casino and whatnot, someone is going to lose their life. I don't think it would take too much if you guys just went out there and get a couple of tickets. People would stop parking there, but it's with the casino, someone is going to lose their life because of the fact that they park there. You guys put those signs up there for a reason, And the reason is to save someone's life, basically. So I would really strongly encourage that you guys start looking into this before this situation turns into something that it doesn't need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Adonis. Is there anyone else on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Okay. No one else on? All right.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes our oral communications. We will now go into the reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. Staff informational reports?
Thank you, Honor. We, before the council this evening is the regular quarterly reports. Happy to answer any questions that you have in any of those regards.
Thank you. Did council have any questions to this regard on the staff informational reports? I didn't. Did you see anything of significance? You don't have any questions? Nope. Nope. Yes, no? All right. See that there are no questions. We will now move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Are there any items or noted conflicts or anything on items 1 through 16 of the consent calendar? If not, do we have a motion?
I have a motion to go with staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Meister for items 1 through 16.
I second.
And a second by the Vice Mayor. Call for the vote, please. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. We will now go into the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have one public hearing this evening, which is to consider Assembly Bill 481, Use of Military Equipment Annual Review. And for that, Chief Costello will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of council. On September 30th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed a series of police reform bills, including Assembly Bill 481, which states that the public has the right to know and participate in the designed decision-making process related to funding, acquisition, or use of military equipment by the state or local government officials in the effort to increase transparency, accountability, and oversight. AB 481 called for local agencies to give strong consideration to the public's welfare, safety, and civil rights, civil liberties, and public input. At its meeting on May 17th, 2022, as part of a public hearing, the City Council approved the items deemed to be military pursuant to AB 481. It should be noted that none of the items in the inventory of Porterville Police Department are from the United States military. That agenda item is attached to this meeting, which seeks to continue the use of military acquired prior to January 1st, 2022, accomplish the following which have been completed. Number one, draft a military equipment funded acquisition and use policy describing each piece of military equipment and authorize uses for each piece of equipment, which is in attachment number 1. Number 2, seek approval of the policy from the governing body by ordinance for the continued use of existing military equipment before acquiring new military equipment or seeking funds for equipment purposes. And number 3, make publicly available and proposed or final military equipment use policy for as long as the military equipment is available for use or on the agency's website. In addition to the above requirements, AB 41 also requires at least annually the law enforcement agency shall, 1, prepare an annual military equipment report, which at least 1 well-publicized, conveniently located community engagement meeting to allow the public to discuss the report, and 2, present the policy for review, renewal, and approval at a regular meeting of the governing body. During this review, the governing body shall consider of the governing body. During this review, the governing body shall consider the annual report and determine whether each type of military equipment has compiled with specific standards for approval. The Porterville Police Department's 2022 AB 41 Military Annual Report and Attachment 2 is being presented to meet the annual requirements. AB 481 defines military equipment as follows, and different the equipment by category. Category 1, unmanned, remotely piloted, powered aerial or ground vehicles. Category 2, mine-resistant, ambush-protected vehicles, or MRAPs, or armored personnel carriers, which in our case, the police department does have one that meets this requirement, which is our Lenco Bearcat. However, police versions of standards consumer vehicles are specifically excluded from the subdivision. Category 3, high mobility, multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, commonly referred to as Humvees, 2 and 1/2 ton trucks, 5-ton trucks or wheeled vehicles that have breaching or entry apparatuses attached. However, unarmored all-terrain vehicles and motorized dirt bikes are specifically excluded from the subdivision. Category 4, tracked armored vehicles that provide ballistic protection to their occupants and utilize a track system instead of wheels for forward motion. Category 5, command and control vehicles that are either built or modified to facilitate the operational control and direction of public safety units. Category 6, weaponized aircrafts, vehicles, or vehicles of any kind. Category 7, battering rams, slugs, or breaching apparatuses that are explosive in nature. However, items designed to remove locks, such as bolt cutters or handheld rams designed to be operated by one person, specifically excluded from the subdivision. Category 8, firearms of 50 caliber or greater. However, standard issued shotguns are specifically excluded from the subdivision. Category 9, ammunition of 50 caliber or greater. However, standard issue shotgun ammunition is specifically excluded from this subdivision. Category 10, specialized firearms and ammunition of less than 50 caliber, including assault weapons as defined in Section 30510 and 30515 of the Penal Code, with the exception of standard issued service weapons and ammunition of less than 50 caliber that are issued to officers, agents, or employees of law enforcement agencies or state agencies. Category 11, any firearm or firearm accessory that is designed to launch explosive projectiles. Category 12, flashbang grenades and explosive breaching tools, tear gas, pepper balls, excluding standard service issued handheld pepper spray. Category 13, taser, shockwave, microwave weapons, water cannons, and long-range acoustic devices. Category 14, the following projectile launch platforms and their associated munitions: 40 millimeter projectile launchers, beanbags, rubber bullets, and specific impact munition weapons. Category 15, any other equipment as determined by a governing body or a state agency to require additional oversight. AB 481 does not prohibit law enforcement from obtaining and using the above equipment. Rather, it creates a public process for obtaining approval of these types of equipment and their authorized use. The Porterville Police Department possesses in 7 of the 15 categories listed above, which is fully described in Attachment 2. The department continues to carefully assess what equipment is needed, protect the public and officers when resolving critical incidents such as active shooter responses, apprehending violent offenders, hostage rescue, and barricaded subjects, among others. Certain equipment is also beneficial in providing information and creating cover, distance, and time that help to improve the decision-making process during these critical incidents. This allows responding officers to take in and evaluate the totality of circumstances, which results in increased safety and reduces risk to everybody that's involved. In general, most of the equipment listed in this report is highly specific in its use and is not carried day to day. Items below may be used a few times a year, and their deployment requires department notification. More information about the frequency of the use of the varied types of equipment is provided in Attachment 2. Many of these items designed by AB 481 and military equipment have been in PD's equipment inventory for decades. This department operates procedures and training programs, instructs staff in the proper use of this equipment. Porterville Police Department adheres to the city's budget process and in purchasing and policies and procedures when procuring this equipment. The use of the equipment is governed by the Porterville Police Department Policy 300, the use of force, de-escalating Policy 303, control devices and techniques, Policy 704, military equipment. In addition, the State of California Commission on Peace Officers Standards and Training establishes operational guidelines, training recommendations for certain equipment and tactics, and the compliance with these guidelines is managed by the department's designated subject matter experts. All Porterville Police Department policy and procedures that govern safe handling, storage, and qualifications related to specific equipment remains in effect. This includes, but is not limited to, California Occupational Safety, Health and Agency, OSHA, certification of energetic breaching operations, the ATF, oversight of the breaching materials, and oversight of the noise flash diversionary devices, which is our flashbangs. The acquisition of the new or replacement equipment or items meeting the reporting requirements of AB 41 is funded from the department's budget in accordance with AB 41 in Attachment 1 and approval of the City Council. AB 41 Military Equipment Annual Report in Attachment 2 has no direct fiscal impact. AB 41 requires that the law enforcement agency to prepare an annual military equipment report to include each of these military items, any complaints received, any internal audits, or information about policy violations. Further, AB 41 requires the report to be posted for public discussion and presented to the City Council for review, renewal, and approval annually. The recommendation is that the City Council, per the requirements of Assembly Bill 41-1, allow the public comment and questions concerning the annual report and funding, acquisition, and use of military equipment. Number 2, review and renew PPD's Policy 704, military equipment, described in Attachment 1. Review AB 41, military equipment annual report 2022, described in Attachment 2. And by opting not to modify or rescind, affirm Ordinance 1892. The attachments are Porterville Police Department Policy 704, the annual report of 2022, Ordinance 1892, and the City Council staff report from May 17th of 2022. I just want to reiterate that as a definition of AB 41, under the Department of Defense, the Porterville Police Department doesn't have any U.S. military equipment. This is equipment that is purchased by the department under our budget, and it's to reduce life safety risks to our community. Under the 1033 program, the Department of Defense, we don't have any issued U.S. military equipment. Military equipment is defined only by AB 41 under this law, and I'm available for any questions by council or the public.
Thank you. That is quite a lot of information. It's the most I've heard you say anything at a council meeting. I mean, and that's a compliment, okay? All right. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. It is 7:41. Is there anyone that'd like to come forth and speak on this item? Is there anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it is 7:42. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. And how do you wish to proceed? Do you have any questions? Councilmember Beltran?
Yeah, I just wanted to state, I didn't know if we did have any equipment in our local law enforcement, to utilize for any tools. I'm surprised we don't have anything. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing as people see it, but I appreciate that this gives the authority, if we do see equipment or if something is available for our use for public safety, this would allow us to purchase or acquire that equipment. Thank you. I appreciate that long report.
I think we actually do have some, just for
Oh, the
clarification.
one, sorry, the armored, yes.
Through the Department of Defense 1033 program, we used to have military-issued equipment. So what happened is the military equipment is so hard to maintain. We used to have a military peacekeeper that was issued to us by the Department of Defense, and we also used to have Vietnam-era rifles that our patrol division used to carry, but they were so high maintenance, it was actually costing more money. We had an incident in 2014 where there was a lot of gunfire during the incident, and it was deemed unsafe. That piece of equipment was so old, so we looked at surplusing that out. It was actually all returned to the United States military, and we went with our own equipment that was built out.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrock?
Great report. I'd like the training costs, and it looks like you've trained and prepared multiple individuals to take part if they needed to be called upon, if somebody was unavailable. I like that you have an equipment coordinator that is helping facilitate the stewardship of all of that equipment and keeping it controlled. I really appreciate this report and the deep dive into some of the equipment that you guys use. Thank you for providing this report tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister?
I support you in any equipment you need to protect this community. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
No questions, just thank you for the development of the policy and the annual report with transparency. Thank you.
I've seen your policy manual, and it is very lengthy and very thick. I was looking for one thing, and I found several different things, and it would take me almost a year just to read all of them. But thank you very much for the report, and I want to thank the council members for their input. And with that being said, I'm going to make the motion that renew the policy number 704 and to accept the AB 41 Military Equipment Annual Report of 2022 and to affirm ordinance number 1892.
Perfect.
I studied it
You did a good
while
job.
he was talking.
Second. I'll
And we
second.
have a second by the Vice Mayor. If there's no further discussion, call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. All right. We will now move on into the scheduled matters.
Thank you, Honor. We have two scheduled matters before the council this evening. The first is to consider resolutions of opposition to Assembly Bill 1090 by Joan Sawyer and State Senate Bill 94 by Cortez. In brief summary, Assembly Bill 1090 by Joan Sawyer is legislation that seeks to amend current state law as it relates to providing a process for a board of supervisors to follow a process that through some type of a procedural process to be defined could lead in to the removal of a sheriff as opposed to really, which are two ways to do that, either by criminal charges or by recall. So it adds a third variation, which at this time is just limited, according to this and the amendment of the statute, to a sheriff by a board of supervisors. And then secondly, under Senate Bill 94 by Cortez, is to, I would say it's already kind of existing law, but it is to provide a process where those could find their way to court that have been sentenced to life or been sentenced to life without possibility of parole or sentenced to death before January 5th of 1990, who subsequent to that date, these opportunities are not available, but if sentenced prior to January 5th of 1990, this establishes a process to where those cases could be revisited under special circumstances by a judge. So with that, this item was brought up at the request of Councilmember Meister. City Council approved this being under your handbook. As the council is aware, there's two ways that a member of council can have an item considered by the council in its entirety as a scheduled matter. One is to place an item on the consent calendar and have it approved to be scheduled, or as part of other matters to bring it up and schedule it for the next meeting. So happy to answer any questions or provide any further information.
Thank you for the information. Councilmember Meister, since this is an item that was requested on your behalf, is there anything you would like to bring to the table?
Well, obviously I oppose this. I'd love to hear from you guys first, and then I don't mind closing.
I'm going to unfold dialogue on this. First of all, we are seated as nonpartisan up on the dais. It's very clear when people elected us, it was for a nonpartisan position. And I was reminded by a constituent that stay focused on city governance when an item comes up. And how do these assembly bills, these Senate bills, apply to our local governance as far as our own police and fire departments, the parks and recreation, housing, emergency services, especially with the flood situation, transportation services, street, sewer, signage, everything, water, refuse, and economic development. It is understood. This is county and board of supervisor, and we're a city governance. I see the county governance as a subdivision to deliver the services that are mandated by the state and federal governments. And of course, they provide facilities of governance and health, welfare, et cetera, required by state law, the county services in the unincorporated areas, and providing government services and facilities, et cetera. Okay. A county or city, of course, may enforce within limits, but the resolution, I see it when I read it. How would this apply to city governance? It doesn't. This is county, and it's a sheriff who can be removed by having a recall or some sort. I don't see how it would benefit for us as a city. I'm not saying I believe this is something that can be supported individually if we choose to support it individually, but not as a full process. The other one, with regard to the criminal justice and the district attorneys, they have associations that lobby for them. They have the sheriff's associations. They have people that can take to the table and go whether they support or oppose. And I would see that they would be a stronger voice than a resolution that says, because again, I am detaching. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I'm detaching. We were elected for city governance. And that's all I'm going to say. I reserve comment for later. Councilmember Beltran?
Yeah, thank you for speaking to that, because I agree with that as far as this doesn't have a lot to do with, really almost anything to do with actual city governance in our jurisdiction as a city. I think that looking at it from the larger scope, I think, as we are nonpartisan seats here, I understand trying to make a statement, given that what we see in our state and overall in our nation, especially I would say in California, given some of the decriminalization and some of those issues that is causing in our communities. You know, we have our local homeless issue that we're really fighting and trying to do the best effort we can, but it's because of state laws that affect us locally. So, you know, when do we have a say locally when at the state level we have very little voice? This might be just a symbol, but it speaks to a larger issue, I believe, in our state that, like you said, there are groups and organizations that fight these back and forth that are more on the political, they're not really partisan. I just see a lot of the micro and macro of issues just like this, and homelessness and drug and poverty and economics, agriculture, all these different things. There's a small aspect as we are as a city, and there's a larger view as a state. And we saw this in LA County, where a elected sheriff he felt following the Constitution, and people who were elected disagreeing and wanting to remove them. That became a really gray area as far as the separation of powers. And like we're seeing, I believe, in our state, this is my opinion only, is this local governance being eroded by state policies. And I think this is one of those little, there's 1,000 paper cuts, death of 1,000 cuts. That's just one of those little cuts. But I also understand that we're here to do the governance of the city, but we're affected by the state. So that's just what I'm looking at as I read through and trying to understand how to deal with these types of issues here.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrock?
I want to thank Councilmember Meister for bringing this Assembly bill and the Senate bill to our attention, and for the council agreeing to have it as an item to discuss tonight. I wish that I would have had this package shortly after Councilmember Meister brought it to our attention. I did not go and look it up online and study it. And over the past couple of days, flipping through it, I almost wish we were talking about each one separately, because they are different. And there's significance to all of these. I just recall watching a recall. Well, I don't think it was a recall. It was Santa Clara County, and the sheriff there was embroiled in I'll just call it a conflict, where licenses were given for concealed carry, and there were some questions about it, and it drug on for years and years. And and then I read in these documents about how Santa Barbara had something like this put into place, where they allowed the Board of Supervisors to remove a sheriff, and then all the court action that occurred as a result of that. I'm reading to the first one, AB 1090, the author's statement, quote unquote, to remove a sheriff from office for cause, and it's determined by how. And I know that they have the opportunity to be heard. And I don't see anything in here that says the Board of Supervisors shall wait for some judicial finding before they remove somebody. And I know that county supervisors can also become political, and they may, I'm trying to place this all locally here in Tulare County. I trust our sheriff, I trust our police. Elected officials come and go. sheriffs come and go through the electoral process. There's ways to remove them, and sometimes it happens quickly, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it gets caught up, as it did in Santa Clara, with a lot of drama. You know, I noticed on page 5 of AB 1090, which Mr. Lawless mentioned to us, a recall by the voters. There's also an argument in support of 1090 that was supplied by us, and an argument in opposition. And to Councilmember Beltran's comments and yours, Mayor, the opposition by these different people have deep lobbying branches that can be effective in either allowing or, you know, trying to support or kill this. As to Senate Bill number 94, for certain felonies, I appreciate some comments we heard this morning at the podium. Not speaking to those in particular, but there are individuals that committed crimes before this time period, which Mr. Lawless shared with us I think it was June 5 of 1990, that maybe they may have committed some crimes that if that same crime was committed today, it'd be a slap on the wrist. So I feel for those people. But maybe the law shouldn't have changed that allow people to get out earlier for the same crimes that people previously have been put in jail for life without the possibility of parole. So I know how I'm gonna, you know, how I'm prepared to respond to this. Again, I appreciate all the comments. I appreciate this report, and I do support consistency with the application of existing law. And that's all I want to share on that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
So I did review the two documents that we're discussing this evening. And I think my first gut feeling about it was the initial, and thank you for summarizing it in that way because you articulated it much better than I could. I think on just my personal gut feeling about what would be getting involved in as far as outside of our scope as local, nonpartisan government. And then I started thinking about all the issues and things that we're dealing with locally, good and bad, and just trying to get a handle on. And I honestly have, you know, even looking at these as an individual, because there's things I support or oppose as an individual outside of city council, whether that be statewide or tribal governments, which are sovereign nations as well. So there's things that I support and oppose outside of here, and I do that individually. But I just think, and I don't know that I agree with these as well either, you know, and would oppose these as an individual. But as a part of a council body, I don't feel comfortable in some of the involvement there. So I'm just kind of thinking along those lines with this type of support. Those are just my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister?
Yeah, well, I just want to thank you guys for giving us this opportunity to discuss this and getting to this point, and to staff, thank you for putting this together and giving both sides of the argument. That's important. You know, AB 1090, it creates another pathway to fire a sheriff. Constitutionally, there's two pathways already, right? Criminally through a grand jury, and then a recall. The reason why I feel we should oppose this is obviously it's unconstitutional, but this sets a precedence. See, if we could say that we're nonpartisan, but if you have a board of supervisors that can come together that are partisan, they could fire a sheriff who's trying to stay constitutional. And let's reverse that. Now let's look at the Board of Supervisors. What if it's 4 boards of supervisors against 1? Let's look at a city council. What if it's 4 of us against 1 of you? Where does the line get drawn as this continues on? I feel that if we continue to stay silent as Americans, we're going to lose this country. And you could say that this isn't the stage or this isn't the place to be a voice, but this is the place. You are the leaders in this community and who you represent. SB 94, what it doesn't talk about is the victims, the people who are raped, the people who are murdered, the families that suffered, right? You could say it's nonpartisan, but, or excuse me, you could say it's not something that represents a city, but when the crime comes to our streets, then it is, right? Then it's our officers out there being on the line. The victims are our constituents. There has to be accountability for consequences. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
I want to thank council for their comments, and this is a lot to digest. However, I'm just going to say this. I will respect each and every one for your comments to this regard. I'm going to simply state once again, how do these bills affect us here as a city governance? City governance pertaining to the infrastructure of this city. The sheriff and the Board of Supervisors are county. The county government is a subdivision of city. County oversees a lot of the things that we have to deal with, state and federal, and then we get a piece of that pie as a city. But it's not until it goes through all of the other processes. As an individual, once upon a time being an advocate and an activist on domestic violence years ago, when there were laws that did not protect victims of domestic violence, you turn it around and you get involved with the agencies that are there to serve that population who are also constituents of this community. I, as an individual, and I'm only one person, I have no fear walking in Porterville because I know that there is someone out there who will protect me. I am not afraid to live in my town. I am not afraid of the homeless population. It's not against the law for people to be homeless. They are human and they are also protected. So I understand when people want to use this as a vehicle, it's not against the law. When you become homeless, it's not because you're born into it. There are many different issues that come and surface around it. I believe, and I'm only one person up here on this dais, that we need to let the agencies that work with these bills lobby for them. They would make a stronger impact. I know that when I became involved with the domestic violence advocacy, I got on the task force and I got on committees and I began to work with the agencies beyond Porterville so that we can have some of those services to come here, and then you see what product, and you do have agencies here that will work with you. I get a little passionate, I don't deny that, but I also know that this can be very politicized, and it's not where I'd like to see it as a city. And I'm only one individual because I would have a problem doing a resolution because it's a single interest issue, and you have the agencies and you have the unions, you have the associations that are there to lobby for these causes. Anyone else would like to comment? Please do so now.
Yes, if I may. I feel safe in Porterville. I support our county sheriff. I support our police department. I support the decisions of this council and the recommendations that staff brings to us. I appreciate the opportunity to view this letter of support or letter of not support of this AB 1090 and SB 94. I think, Madam Mayor, our letter, should we vote to not support and send a letter against AB 1090 and SB 94, I think it's already going to be used. You know, the minutes of this meeting are already going to be used by the lobbyists on each side to help them sway the other political winds that are out there in the state. And the release of incarcerated individuals by judges on information that they obtain, should this bill pass, will release people that have committed crimes that at a time led to life in prison or without the possibility of parole or death. And I don't want them anywhere in California, but we also have these illegal aliens all over the place, and they're causing crimes and committing murders, and even in other parts of this country where people have been removed from the country numerous times, they get back in and create horrific crimes. So I know how I would vote tonight, but I would like to just, if I may, and if I'm out of order, let me know. I'd like to make a motion to continue this scheduled matter 18 on related to AB 1090 and SB 94 to our next council meeting, to give me a little bit more time and us a little bit more time to digest the information that was provided last Thursday. That would be my motion.
Well.
And if I'm out of order, that's...
No, you're not out of order, and I thank you for your comment. But it wouldn't be a letter we would be sending. The request is for a resolution, which makes a difference.
It does. Thank you.
It's not, and I'm doing a point of clarification here, and I find sensitivity. I do find sensitivity because if I were to ask you to define illegal aliens, where would that fall under? And where do you come up, where would that go to? Once again, we have a lot of conversation here, and there's no definitive. But once again, I don't have a problem with carrying over, but I don't wish to carry it over more than one meeting. I don't know how council feels about that.
Are we voting or?
I don't hear a second.
I'll make a motion to...
Just for parliamentary procedure purposes, I just want to confirm there's no second of the first motion that's been made? Then we would just note that it dies for a lack of a second.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, now you can make your motion.
If we're done with discussion. Yeah. I make a motion to put a letter of resolution of opposition to Assembly Bill 1090 and State Senate Bill 94.
No. Not a bad guy.
No, I didn't say that. I said, so what's the next process?
Is there any, well, just confirming, is there any second? Or no inclination to second, then that motion would also die for lack of a second. So really, it's just, is there any other action, further action the council wants to take? And that can be proposed by any member and considered.
I would take the motion that Dawn made. I guess that would be, can we do that? To push it to the next...
Sure, you can revive it, you can make the motion, I think you might have a second since Don already made the motion.
Councilmember Wyrock's motion.
So now it becomes your motion. Mr. Wyrick, would you like to second your previous motion?
I would like additional time to review this data, so I will second that motion. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Call for the vote. Passes 3-2, it will be brought back. Okay. Moving right along, we'll go now to number 19.
Thank you, Your Honor. Final scheduled matter this evening is consideration of the status and review of declaration of local emergency. As the council is aware, on March 13th, 2023, Mayor Martha E. Flores, in conjunction with the Atkinson City Manager, Patrice Eldridge, declared the existence of a local emergency within the city of Porterville. That declaration needs to be revisited every 60 days, which at its last meeting on April 18th, the council acted to review and acted to renew the emergency declaration. Since your last consideration of this item, most notably is continued activities to reinforce the river, has transitioned more into attending a variety of training and coordination with FEMA, United States Department of Agriculture, a number of federal and state agencies that are looking at recovery efforts. And as I described before, kind of in halftime as we are right now between what has been emergency conditions due to flooding and what are anticipated to be future emergency conditions involving flooding. So a number of those activities have continued to occur, and I would anticipate further reports in staff working with FEMA specifically in looking at recovery efforts along the Tule River, and looking at public assistance efforts, both for the Tule River Parkway, which was damaged extensively due to erosion, as well as potential other programs of reinforcing and protecting property along the Tule River. Most notably, and for discussion this evening, are a couple of different items. And this coming Friday, the Red Cross and county shelter support services are going to be vacating the Armory. Requests have been made by the County of Tulare, and that's contained in your packet. The letter was addressed to the Director of Cal OES, seeking their continued support for the designation of the Armory as a temporary evacuation point and shelter, which they declined. Given the distance from flooding activities, and even though they anticipate the Armory to again serve as a state-designated and county-designated facility, right now the conditions exist only in the city under a mandatory evacuation order, and therefore it's a city concern, not one of the state or the county. So essentially, left to our own determinations on what the Armory's continued purpose is as a temporary evacuation point and shelter, without commitments of reimbursement of funds either by the state or federal government. So I guess first question is recognizing that there continues to be a mandatory evacuation order along the Tule River, and individuals that were unhoused individuals that were displaced by that. At the time of the report last week, 18 individuals were, they call it a midnight report essentially, who's in the facility as of midnight that evening. It was 18. So for consideration would be, first of all, do we wish to continue that independently, recognizing there is not support from the state, federal, state, or county in that regard? And then secondly, and staff, if the answer is yes, has some recommendations and kind of already was part of consideration of when this was being established, not knowing at that time if Red Cross or the state would be supportive in the transition from Porterville College that occurred back in to the first part of April, whether it's a 24-hour facility or a 12-hour facility. It is a common practice in Southern California for armories to be used in a 12-hour cycle over the evenings to provide a place for folks to seek shelter in the evening hours. It's called an armory. They call it the Winter Armory Program. It typically operates October through March. So there is an existing program, and actually the Armory is under the, as I think I shared with you before, essentially that was the verbal orders of the commanding officer was essentially to have the Armory function under those same those same orders, but it has been extended to 24 hours, which we do have the ability to do. That's within the license agreement between the city and the military department of the state. So we can do it 24. What we have found is that typically individuals are not there during the day. They are there in the evening hours and then you go to work or out in the community. We do have programs that are available to those for meal programs, as you're well aware, at the Navigation Center. There are 2 meals a day that are served, and we serve upwards of 80 people a day, even though there are 30 individuals that are currently housed at that facility. And they don't turn anyone away. So there is a meal program that is available. So essentially, and as well, given the limitations as it was called out in the license agreement by the state of California, that its facility was not compliant with ADA, neither its bathrooms or showers, that given that it was supported by the state and federal government, that ADA restrooms were brought in and showers. Given that this is no longer, will no longer be a reimbursable activity as of December as of Friday, is if whether you wish to continue to provide those facilities to accommodate the lack of the facilities at the Armory itself. That's about $18,000 a month to have those mobile showers and bathrooms on scene. The cost of providing what is recommended to be 2 individuals on a 12-hour shift, and we do have security lined up, should the direction be given by the council to do that, is about $18,000 a month as well. Essential costs of what I would anticipate in a 12-hour, depending on what you wish to do with restrooms, is about $20,000 a month. If you choose to keep the restrooms that are there, that adds another, so you're looking at about $40,000. And again, I don't know I can't give you, nobody knows what the next month and a half brings. There's a certain level of confidence that the American Red Cross and the state of, even at a training this Monday, Cal OES said they are anticipating communities to be affected by flooding that have not been affected. That's how they phrased it. And I know preparations are being made to accommodate more than the 150 people that could be sheltered at the Armory. That's what the American Red Cross indicated was their shelter capabilities. I would say staff is more confident at something half that. And even that might be a challenge. So really up to the council. There's ways to manage costs, recognizing these are going to be your dollars. You do have funds that have been set aside in the finding of an emergency, in your emergency catastrophic fund. Like I said, there was about $3.1 million at your disposal as we went into this. There are 2 expenses here that have been presented that would be considered. I wouldn't say that the pump that is there needs to be considered out of those funds. It would serve a water purpose, so out of water equipment replacement fund for that. However, the trucking costs that have been incurred, about $5,400 in transporting riprap material, I would recommend coming out of that emergency reserve. And I would also indicate that whatever financial support and direction you provide with regards to should we continue the Armory would come from that as well. And so at a minimum, it's with providing 2 12-hour personnel in a 12-hour is, like I said, about $20,000 to do that. So with that, happy to answer any questions. I know staff spent a lot of time looking at and have made preparations. Just to let you know, depending upon the actions and direction of the council this evening, we'll be meeting tomorrow with Red Cross and the county again on messaging so that we can communicate to those that are in the shelter right now what Friday holds for them. So happy to answer questions again and provide any further information.
Did you have any questions? Councilmember Meister.
No question. I think just more of making a statement, if I may. As far as the authorization for the lease or license agreement, excuse me, number 1 on it says license is authorized to use premises to provide temporary shelter and/or health and medical services to homeless citizens of the community. So that gives us the ability to move homeless into this facility from around the city, right?
Right. So you have mandatory evacuation order of, which primarily is affected unhoused individuals along the river. Under the Boise decision, so you need to provide a place for them to be should you wish to enforce no trespassing on other public lands. And I want to limit my comments to public. Private is that's subject to what private property owner rights and who they wish to have on their property. We have some individuals that will ask for city assistance, specifically PD, to enforce no trespass on private property. But again, that's a private property determination. On public property, under the Martin versus Boise decision, there needs to be a place for them to go should you choose not to have it in specific public places.
And this is a place that can be provided, doing the 12 on, 12 off.
Right.
Yeah, and then, of course, we'd still provide meals if needed at the Navigation Center.
Correct.
Yes. Okay, that was kind
Thank you.
of my statement.
Councilman Beltran, did you have any questions?
I think the only direction I was seeing here was the time of operation, if we agree to the 7 to 7, which, given that it's summertime and stuff, that might be something we might change when we come into winter, because it seems like this is going to be probably a 12-month. It's going to go all the way probably to the end of this year, going into the wet season of winter. So we're looking at, this isn't like a 3-month or 6 month. We're looking like a year, probably minimum until this time next year. So knowing that this is coming out of city coffers and more specifically our emergency funds, is reducing the amount of expenditures as much as possible. It was my understanding that under the original license agreement, we had to have ADA compliant showers, which is I think $13,000 a month. If we still have this local emergency order, do we have to still, now that the agreement no longer is just for the public to understand, we no longer have to provide ADA compliant under this emergency order?
It's a good question. So with American Red Cross coming in to serve as the provide shelter services as a subcontractor of the county. And actually all authorized by Cal OES. So they're kind of working its way down. Cal OES initially, before FEMA, had declared an emergency, which translates to the county, which as a subcontractor has American Red Cross in. So no county employees were providing shelter services. American Red Cross has been providing it. There's been support services the county's been providing in mental health and other capacities, but the actual shelter service supervision, they've engaged. Those were all requirements, and when the armory was reviewed before it could be occupied, Red Cross came through, did an inspection. And given that they were not ADA compliant, for them to be able to provide that, there had to be showers and restrooms brought in. And so that was done. And those costs, I would say, are going to largely be reimbursed. You've heard us say this before. I would like to say it's 100%. And in all likelihood, usually the experience is 95. So in large part, those costs are going to be reimbursable to the city. But that was all under the state's direction. Without that, so now really the question is, and as I introduce my comments, this is now your decision, and nobody's backstopping you. And so under an emergency declaration, you can make you provide accommodations, but you don't have to make the ADA as an emergency. And just the point I want to say, those restrooms and showers are going to remain out there until, I know they're under contract, well, until May 11th, because they were out there. So they're going to be there for a little bit. If you wish to renew those, we can. That's about $20,000 for another month. I don't know how long. here's what I'm saying. They're going to be back. Everybody, as they leave Friday, will say, I'll see you in a month or two, whatever that duration of time is going to be before there's further damage in communities and folks need to find shelter. And you'll likely see the Armory and Tulare County or Tulare Fairgrounds and probably PDC stood up as shelter facilities. They'll be back. In fact, that's the very strange conversation on Friday, which is, this isn't goodbye, this is just see you later. So, so really the question is, and not reimbursement. And I'm never going to make commitments I can't keep. So these are really your dollars. So yes, in answer to your question, you do not have to provide, under the declaration of emergency, not have to provide ADA restrooms and those sorts of things. I will be candid with you, the county wishes that you would keep them because when the American Red Cross comes back, those are all going to be requirements all over again, and those resources are going to have to be requested as they were last time.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I think that was just what I was looking at. I understand they may be back, but in the meantime, we're fitting the bill when the county is not recognizing, or the state isn't recognizing this. So just for us, as we make a decision, if that's something that will be off and on again with this contract with these ADA compliant showers at $20,000 a month in a year, $280,000 in a year.
It would be reimbursable should
they come back. Right.
If they come back, that becomes a reimbursable activity.
We saw how fast they pulled out, though.
Right.
So just that as we get stuck with that bill, that just be aware of that. We may not have to pay that if we don't legally want to have ADA compliant. That's just a save of expenses. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrock?
Should the state have ADA?
Thank you. Of the, I thought I read in the agreement that there had to be 4 or 5 different agencies declaring a state of emergency. Are there still all of the agencies declaring a state of emergency? That's the state and the federal government and the county? Or is it just local? The city as well. And city. So, Mr. Lawless, the agreement that we have to have the shelter at the Armory said that 4 or 5 different agencies had to have a state of emergency declared. Are all of those agencies still in that declaration? Okay, thank you. And then how many of the 18 people are local residents? That's okay. Would you,
Actually, this was one of the things.
would you surmise there's 18 beds or even 50 beds in the other 2 facilities in the county tonight?
Which facilities?
The one at the fairgrounds?
It's closed.
It's closed? So if we close.
Consolidated to Porterville.
If we close and they are not residents, quote unquote, of the riverbanks in Porterville, do we have an obligation? Well, let me back up. Let me ask this question a different way. Have any housing assistance or relocation services been brought to these people? And are they just, you keep giving people apples, they keep coming back for another apple?
I can't speak. So part of this was also in the MOU, if you say, we've asked for information to be shared with us that typically isn't shared. So I can't speak to every,
Yeah,
I do know that they were attempting to find housing. I will tell you one of the challenges is, so one, there's a I don't know if it's statewide, Jason. I know it's at least in our county. It's called an SBAT, but I call it the Oshkosh Bagosh, but that's what I call it. The SBAT, is that the?
VDAT-SPDAT.
VDAT-SPDAT. It's essentially is an assessment of what are the challenges to housing, and is someone ready to be housed? And we go through this at the Navigation Center where somebody who's in emergency housing is not ready to be housed.
Okay.
Because they have challenges that are, whether they be
Sure.
substance or whatever, or what have you. And then you have permanent supportive housing.
So
Are there people in the Armory right now that are ready to be housed? Probably.
Okay.
Is there space for them? No.
Okay, so there's no space in Porterville at other facilities or other charitable places. Okay, thank you.
In fact, to that point, in this, and I'm going to say this because there's a general lack of understanding of this. So they're talking about Finca Serena opening that has 80, they're all spoken for already. There's people, vouchers attached to individuals that they're already spoken for.
And if we were to locally release our evacuation orders, these 18 people may just find themselves back at the riverbank and in harm's way.
Correct.
Could that be true? And for us to just lock the door and walk away, I would like to see us limit our costs and going forward until we can bill it and being reimbursed. But those services are there, and maybe, you know, the service providers could be negotiated to store their facilities here, and we'll maintain them while they're stored here until they need them somewhere else, maybe for free.
So-
and we just dump. I don't know.
Red Cross is leaving the cots as an example. So the cots that are there are being left. They're not taking them with them. They're leaving the kits, resiliency
Yeah.
kits,
And then-
for should there be a closure in the future. And so I think they're leaving 20 resiliency kits for individuals, which is a sleeping bag and a tent and some MREs.
Thank you.
I want to make a quick clarification as well. So our partners with KTHA have been on site, both when it was at Porterville College as well as at the Armory, and they're actively trying to find housing options for all the individuals that were not currently housed. And even so much for the executive director, I spoke with him, and he informed me that he put the individuals that have registered at the Porterville College and the Armory on a priority list, as they're trying to search out to help find them housing. As Mr. Lawless said, the tough part is there is very limited housing in the area, let alone the state, and so we're constantly struggling to have more housing for the individuals.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Vice Mayor?
I have a couple. I think you answered most of them, but just for clarification, so there is potential funding, reimbursement if there's the incident happens again and, okay. So we would be,
Not retroactively.
okay,
No, starting Friday, this is all us. There's no retroactive reimbursement. So you're really in a difficult spot because there are lots of folks that want you to continue to keep this operating, but are not supporting it. So you're left to your own devices and dollars in this regard.
so I, thank you for that. So, but if the incident did start again, then we would be
Yeah, that's
to recover from that point on.
right. So if
Okay.
housed individuals become displaced from their residence because of flooding and need to be placed in a shelter, I would anticipate the Tulare Fairgrounds again to be open as it was previously. The Armory would already be there, which is why it doesn't have to be reopened necessarily. And then I would anticipate PDC being the next. There's already pre-positioned resources there.
And then are we okay within that agreement, whether it's, with the city just funding that on our own? There's nothing in the agreement, within the agreement that's going to affect what we do, like if we revise the hours and the service and all that? Okay.
It's available to us for 24 hours.
Okay.
And so we have access. So really, the operational hours are subject to our determination right now.
Okay.
Yeah, the licensed agreement didn't really have use restrictions aside from as long as we were following the purposes that were allowed. I think the issue we have was with our agreement with the county, there were conditions, but those don't apply if the county, the agreement's essentially
not part
over
of
for
it.
now
Yeah.
with the county.
Thank you, Julia. And then I think one of the questions I had was, you said that we could possibly have 2 12-hour personnel. Did you say that, Mr.
So it's
Lawler?
our recommendation not to have two on site instead of just from a safety standpoint. So not having just a single individual, but two that are on and built around a 12-hour operational period.
And what would those personnel be? The security or?
They could be, or they could be temporary staff. And at a minimum, there will be two, it can be two security, the most common, I'll just be candid, the most common, as is occurring right now in the city of Tulare, is two security guards.
Okay.
And they provide the supervision as well. And then in addition to that, our PD continues to do hourly patrol checks.
Yeah, I think we provide a lot of coverage. Right now, I feel very comfortable with that. The last comment is, I don't have any other questions, just I would hate to see this situation happen again, and it's unpredictable, and to have to scramble for a place or some type of facility. So that's all I have.
I want to thank you. As I was listening to each one of you, I was trying to forecast because I was on I want to say it was a conference call. I had gotten an email on a Sunday to attend a meeting that was with Cal OES and DWR. I was the only city elected official that was on. The rest were all representatives from Congressman Valadeo, Senator Hurtado, her chief of staff and representatives, and then you had the representatives from assemblymen and different areas. The emphasis and the focus, there were several, there was 43 participants, but I was the only one that was an elected city official. A lot of that conversation and a lot of the questions that were brought to the table by the representatives, so they were from all over the place. The questions that they were asking, it was about the accountability and communications from who's doing what and what page, but their emphasis was on Corcoran and how a lot of that anticipated snowmelt is anticipated going in that direction, and how several of them were concerned that they wanted to know what was available and what was a plan or what is it that they were going to do. And part of the conversation was a lot of local agencies are making decisions on their own for the protection of their cities. However, we don't respond here at this level until the county makes that call. While the representatives that were on there from the different areas indicated that there was a meeting, and we were, it's like, okay, I wasn't invited to that one. Why am I on here? And I was grateful that I was there because the representatives from the different offices of who were there were asking about what is their plan of accountability for the agencies and the cities, especially in the Corcoran area. So that left me to believe that in the forecasting of the future of the snow melt, that those residents are going to be seriously affected, and they will perhaps, nobody wants it, but you have to find housing, you have to find shelter for them. And then the Allensworth, and then they talked a little bit about Alpa, but the focus and the emphasis was on Corcoran. So I'm saying I would hate to disband something, because the conversation was in the next couple of months we're going to see that difference of the snow melt and how others will be affected, and that there is nothing right now that is there for others who are possibly going to be affected. I'm putting it out there because it's important conversation, and there's a lot that we as a local city have done for this community, especially with the armory. Is there any comment to this?
Yeah, when we first found out that Porterville College was going to be closing and the armory was pulling out, we identified the armory. And at the time, I didn't even know that people from Alpal or other communities were there. I just knew that the homeless were there from the river that we evacuated. And in pursuing Assemblyman Mathis and pursuing Senator Shannon Grove, I was very candid about the homeless and having a place to move them to. When I was on that conference call with the Adjutant General and Senator Grove, I was very candid about the opportunity to clean up the homeless in Porterville. So I agree with keeping the armory open. My view is if the county's going to pull out, let that bathroom equipment go with it. We move to 12 hours on, 12 hours off, and keep the armory open and use it as a place where people can stay overnight, and we could provide shelter to some of the people that are without in our community.
Any other comments on behalf of council?
I'd like to thank Councilmember Meister for those comments, and I understand about security, but there's been a recent security event out there, and I don't know how that would affect the safety of the people that are there if there's limited security. And, you know, harm comes at random times by random events, and it's really not predictable. So I'm a little concerned about limiting the amount of security. I wouldn't want to have necessarily, well, maybe our local police can patrol there more closely. I'm ready to make a motion. My motion might be to the recommendation that we receive the report of the status and review of the declaration of local emergency and determine the need exists to continue said declaration. To provide direction, I think we did provide direction to limit the security, but I'd like to, in this motion, say continue the security at the current levels, to remove whatever types of temporary cost, to remove the showers, and then to bring this back to the city council in June, maybe the second city council meeting in June, and to ratify the emergency expenditures of $5,436 for local trucking of riprap material for public works.
I believe the security is going to stay the same, but I second that motion.
Can I add the 77,000?
I was going to say the
$896
$77,000
for the
in
trailer
there.
mounted 6-inch.
Add it, Don.
I struck that out because I had heard somewhere that it might be something that we could live without for a period of time. If it's an urgent thing that we need to use, we can't rent, should the need re-arise?
No, we need it. It's
We
ordered.
need it.
But we need to ratify the expenditure because it's more than $5,000.
And that expenditure, though, is coming out of a different
Right,
account?
it won't,
Yes.
it wouldn't be out of emergency.
Okay, it's coming out of the
emergency
water.
reserves, right.
Okay, then I would like to add back in the $77,396.67 for trailer-mounted 6-inch dewatering and sewage pump.
Okay, that is wonderful.
Second.
We have the motion, we have a second. Let's call for the vote. Passes unanimous 5-0. Wonderful. We're on a roll, but we're past 8:41. So I don't know who's next on the list, okay? This is the time for AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. The mighty 190, Vice Mayor. Okay, so there's no meeting there. The next one is the Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness. That one is mine. Claudia Calderon and I attended in person. There were no public comments. We spent a few minutes on discussing the February 15th and the November 16th, 2022 minutes, bringing forth errors on both of the minutes throughout on the pages and asked for corrections to be made. Then the motion for both of the minutes to move for approval with the corrections and amendments passed unanimously. The discussion on the bylaws, a review of the revisions made, clarification by task force members present. The makeup of the task force was revisited and modified with changes, clarifications done. It was voted and moved by the committee to be forwarded and approved by the Board of Supervisors. We received an update on Home Key and a slideshow presentation of the MDTRC resource fair and data, in addition to the update on the county mobile shower units. Updates from the city. We received information from both Tulare and Visalia. Claudia makes me proud every time she presents for Porterville. She provided information on the Welcome Center. Unduplicated number since the opening of the Welcome Center is 2,486. And what was noticed was an increase of meals since the flood emergency. And on that Sunday, before this meeting, they served 100 meals, and that they had run out of food by 1 o'clock. In the Link Committee has been working on strategies to add additional services and planning discussion on fundraising for upcoming needs. What was reported was with Link, they were working through the Tule River evacuation process. The King's Homeless Alliance team and the Tulare County MDT team have been working beside Red Cross to provide the Porterville community experiencing homelessness with resources, et cetera, with several of the agencies. She provided a brief update on Finca Serena and the Porterville Police Department Homeless Program. She gave highlights on the Bridges to Employment and Careers and talked about the CDBG planning. She wanted to thank everybody who participated and indicated that the City Council that the report was completed and City Council had approved the plan. All of these meetings are online, and that concludes this report. The next meeting is May 17th. The next one is the San Joaquin Valley Special City Selection. Councilmember Wyrock. You got the next three. You got this one and the next two.
I'll be brief due to the hour.
Yeah.
I did attend the Thursday, April 20, 2023 meeting of the San Joaquin Valley Special City Selection Committee. What had happened is there was a couple of openings on the board that they needed to have people seated. And after a roll call and call to order, we approved the minutes of May 31. And then we moved to, we went on to talk about the appointment of city representatives to the governing board. During that time, we reviewed a couple of agenda items. Agenda item 4 was a recommendation to appoint Councilmember Rosa Bratton of the city of Modesto as the large city representative from Stanislaus County. And then the second item was the appointment of Councilmember Gilberto Reina of the city of Wasco as a small city representative from Kern County. There was quite a bit of discussion about how we came up with these two recommendations. When there was a second person from Kern County, I believe it was a Mr. Drew Cudlip, that was not voted to move forward. So we voted on these two individuals and they were seated. The League of Cities was provided an opportunity to name potential appointments to this board, and they've only exercised that right once in their history. So again, we went around the room, and they will be setting up a special policy advisory committee to talk about how this governing body, the Special City Selection Committee, we just had to vote on two people. We didn't have an opportunity to interview them. We didn't learn really anything about them other than they were, unanimously approved by their local political body. So that group meets, this Special City Selection Committee meets very rarely. And I'm happy to say that there's now a full governing board at the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District.
Thank you. Next one is PATA.
The next meeting occurred on Friday, April 21st, here in the council chambers. Councilmember Beltran was here with us. We did have the call to order and a roll call. Mr. Lawless was here and other city representatives. We had the Pledge of Allegiance and there were no oral communications. The first scheduled matter was a reorganization of the Board of Directors, where I nominated Shine Nito to be the president. It was seconded, and the vote was, I think, 4-1. I think he didn't want to vote for himself, but he is the new president of PATA. And then there was a motion for Councilmember Beltran to serve as the vice president, and that was unanimously approved. So congratulations, Mr. Beltran, to your appointment as vice president at PATA. And then for the secretary, there was a motion, and it was seconded to appoint our I don't know why the name escapes me all of a sudden. Aldo. And he graciously accepted, and then we went about, once that item was done, we approved the draft minutes of February 17th, and then the board authorized reimbursement of eligible expenses, and we received a construction update of tertiary treatment wastewater facility and the collection system and recycled wastewater infrastructure program. We did approve the reimbursement of eligible expenses and the construction update also for the storm drain recharge retention basin. We had some discussion about the local road improvement coordination, and I'm happy that the city of Porterville has really taken a leadership position to get those roads in and to do what we can to make the area as safe as possible. And then Four Creeks, there was a report, the sixth item on the agenda was an active transportation plan update. Four Creeks is doing some design work for some transportation improvements up and around the tribe. I won't go into the details of that. And that concluded that item. And then there was one other thing. I think we discussed, I think our next meeting was spoken, but I don't have it here. Councilmember Beltran, are there any items that you'd like to share?
No, thank you for the great report.
And
May 19th is the next.
May 19th, thank you.
Please continue.
The next is the RTA, and what a meeting that was. I was, again, joined by Councilmember Beltran, and we met on April 21st at 4 p.m., a little earlier than normal, at the Church Street offices of the RTA. Call to order, welcome, roll call, pledge of allegiance, public comment. I don't recall hearing any public comment. There was introduced an amended agenda with a few more action items, so I might jump around a little bit here as I report out. We received the executive committee report. They reviewed the budgets, short, medium, and long-term action items in the sustainability committee. There was a report that Dr. Riddle and Mr. Mendoza went to a conference up in Lake Tahoe that I was also scheduled to go to, but I withdrew, and my reservation was taken by another city, I was told. There were some presentations, employee recognition on the emergency transportation during the flood event. Phone calls were made to the RTA, and the RTA responded with transportation to help ferry people in need to different places. We received a report from Teresa Ortega on grants and grant management and providing more information to the board on an ongoing basis at the status of those different funding mechanisms. There was a report on regional fare collection and how, we really want to try to get ridership up, and I have noticed on buses here in town, a little advertisement, try public transit or some little thing like that. And we were asked to, as members of the RTA, to take a ride. And I know I still have not ridden a bus, and I can make a phone call, and a van will show up at my house and bring me to city council meetings. So I might just take them up on that. There was some information on transit operations, a little presentation on that. Consent calendar item, the approval of the minutes was approved. We had some revenue status and financial statements as of March 31 was reviewed, and it passed 7-0. We approved 7-0 special transportation day for seniors at the park, which is May 5 at Mooney Grove Park. There'll be reduced fares for seniors to get to Mooney Grove Park on May 5. We talked about and approved a professional service agreement for an interim director. And let me switch over to that page. Just one moment more, please.
Okay.
We talked about a couple of things. Let me back up a moment. So there was an agenda item to adopt a resolution approving a 5% out-of-class pay for TCRTA employees. Some employees are working above their current assigned duties, and so they authorized a new hourly rate at slightly higher amounts. Also, that consultant to come to us to help us at the highest level to find a replacement for Mr. Richard Tree. And I have her name in here somewhere, but I don't see it. And we're moving forward with that. The next, here we go. Name is Miss Susan Heffner, and she's been around for a while. Madam Mayor, you may have heard the name before. She helped establish the agency. She's in Santa Maria, and she's helped Riverside Transit with their programs, and she's here and excited to help us with the FTA justifications for financials. And the next meeting of this TCRTA is May 15, 2023. Mr. Beltran, anything you'd like to add?
Just briefly, yeah, it was really neat that the TCRTA was recognized. I believe the organization was ACT. I'm not sure what organization it is from the state. That they were,
Yeah, they passed around the.
yeah, they received a plaque and they passed it around for all the members to see for the effort. Because there was no contingency plan for a flood or any kind of natural disaster, and the way in which that organization was able to reallocate transportation for people that needed it in certain areas. So it was nice that the organization was recognized at a higher level, and yeah, the ongoing search for a director. I saw that. Was it Hefner? Or yeah, she was one that gave a presentation through Zoom, but it was also very encouraging that I believe by the end of the meeting, it was, I believe, at least 3 others that were interested. So there's a lot of interest in the position. So it's great to see that there's more than just one candidate in that. But yeah, other than that, that was pretty much to sum up the report.
And I would like to add one other thing. There was a call for an agenda item. They go around the room, and if anybody wants to add an agenda item. So it felt, I was proud to be in the room with Councilmember Beltran as representatives of the city of Porterville. What the city has built is a testament to the determination to get it right here in the city of Porterville, and we do it in so many different departments. And to sit up here with all of you to just clap our hands for all of the support we have to get you all what you need to make it happen is just an honor. But there was a noted elephant in the room, and that was the pending withdrawal of Porterville from the RTA. So I asked to have placed on the next agenda discussion of the letter that we transmitted over to them before the deadline, where we are requesting, where we were serving notice that we are withdrawing from the RTA. We requested in that letter a few items for the board to consider. I'm hopeful that the board will consider the details in this withdrawal letter. It's an opportunity, I think, for us all, locally and countywide, to really improve the transparency of what's going on. You know, the report today of the certified audit for the city of Porterville, I asked the question that I asked, not to look for a problem with our finance department in the way we run it. I knew we didn't have any kind of problem. And I think with RTA, if we could have had an opportunity to start it up differently with more permanent funding, you know, we'd be in a different place, and we probably wouldn't be going through all this conversation. So I believe it was granted that there will be a discussion at the next RTA meeting on the letter that we provided. I encourage the council members to, and anybody on city staff that has received that letter, to read it. And I also really want to reach out publicly to the directors on the Tulare County Regional RTA to take a deep dive into that letter. And if you have any questions at all, I know Michael Knight has made himself, Director Knight has made himself available, Mr. Lawless, myself, the Madam Mayor, we're all available to answer any questions, and we're looking forward to a real positive conversation at the next RTA, and we hope that we're granted that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation, TCEDC. Mr. Lawless, Ridenhour, and I attended in person. There were no public comments. The minutes of February 22nd, 2023 were approved. Financials for February 28th and March 31st were detailed and approved. Just to highlight on the project and client services update, EDC is now managing 51 active files. Information is current fiscal through the meeting date. Broken down is carryover 29 from the previous year. New projects this fiscal year to date 36, less closed inactive projects this year were 19. And highlighted were 10 projects that were reported as most active. It was merely an update. There was a presentation, USDA Rural Development Programs by Ms. Mendoza and Ms. Ramirez. It highlighted, it was a slideshow presentation with conversation. Rural development programs, what do they do, and the types of projects. Rural business development grant, purpose, amount, eligibility. REAP, which has to do with renewable energy, what they cover in efficiency and energy. Value-added producer grant, purpose, amount, and eligibility. Loan fund, lender programs. Staff updates, private sector members now, Eagle Mountain Casino, Seton Farms, and Proteus. Revenue Committee update. Cliff Dunbar has retired from the board. Reggie Ellis from the Sun Gazette resigned. According to the bylaws, he wanted to make the space available for the new member. SEDS information due early in June and will be brought to the strategic planning session. The 2023 real estate forecast event will be virtual this year due to reduce the costs associated with the event. Strategic planning session is scheduled for Thursday, May 11th. The board meeting of June 28th will begin at 9 o'clock, which was unanimously approved because of a schedule time. Private sector alternate discussion. The board seat nomination is Matt Mangrone for Eagle Mountain Casino to fill the hospitality board seat, which was unanimously approved. There was a request for letter of support from TCAG, Department of Transportation, with the widening of 99 Delano-Pixley interchange, which was authorized to be submitted. That concludes my report. The next meeting is Wednesday, May 24th. And now, Internal Audit Committee, that was canceled. There's nothing to report. We will now go into oral communications. Is there anyone that would like to come forth in oral communications?
Brock Neely, address on record. What I heard in the discussion on the two pieces of legislation, there's quite a bit of hypocrisy. On the AB 1090, we don't want to have the sheriff to have accountability, but on the AB 994, we want to have all these people that have been convicted to have accountability. You can have your cake, you got to be able to eat it too. Now, the other thing to remember is in 2008, on September 2nd, on the agenda, item 17 was support for a statewide issue. That resulted in Resolution 83, 2008. Porterville was the only city to take a stance by resolution on that issue. That issue was overturned by the Supreme Court. A lot of egg got put on the face of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Is there someone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now go into other matters. Councilmember Beltran?
Thank you. Just reflecting back on today's meeting, again, just applaud the Public Works Department and especially, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for mentioning the families and with the support that they had. I mean, I'm sure most of them have children and spouses, and the time away and the fear of what they were going into, especially working at night in treacherous conditions. So that was a sacrifice of the whole family. And I hope that the consent calendar, item 15, was a little bit of appreciation that we could help understand what they were going through, and just as members of the community, I'm sure, would have supported. Early on, we recognized that effort was monumental, and the effort, not losing a structure, not losing a life, just speaks to the professionalism and the work ethic and the planning to make sure that our community was safe. So that was a very small gesture, but I'm just proud to be able to help support that. The spring cleanup event was this last weekend, and boy, I don't know if you would say that was a success. I don't know if that's understating that, but given we all know that the county dump is closed, and I know this is a spring and fall event that we do, and I've participated in the past, and just given that line, I believe went all the way to Newcomb. We might look to do a third, maybe not this year, but maybe in the future, given that the county situation is not going to change with that dump. I'm just happy that those people lined up, because who knows where some of that trash may have ended up if people didn't use a free service. So I appreciate those that participated, and staff for their patience and that long day. Wow, it was, I was out of town, but I saw pictures, and but people were appreciative, and obviously by the turnout, it was appreciated. A quick thank you for the volunteers on our staff report was on all the committees. For those citizens in our community that get involved and volunteer and care passionately about each one of those committees that they're on, I just want to say thank you. It's a time commitment, and to delve into some of the issues that are going on in our community. Just a big thank you to all those that volunteer and step up to those roles. People ask, how can you get involved? Speaking to these SB and stuff that we're discussing earlier, that's how you get involved in your community. That's how you affect change, at least locally. Sometimes we can't affect state and national, but you can darn make an impact locally. And so just thank you for those committee members that volunteer. And also one of the consent items was React Medical Services. I think that's a great service that's going to be in our community for the next, I believe it's a 2-year agreement, and hopefully that continues. But given that we have our local lake and the mountain areas, that there's a lot of situations that somebody may need medical attention and get it to Fresno or Bakersfield, a level of care that they need. So it's really neat to show how Porterville is expanding, not just physically, but in the services provided. So I think that's a great service that's being added to our community. And lastly, Mr. Wyrock, thank you. You spoke to on the RTA situation where Porterville has led a lot, and the rest of the county agencies are wanting to be where we are. And to speak about the transportation that Porterville developed early on, that other communities are catching up to, the homeless navigation center effort, we were the first in the county to implement that. And now with the armory, it's shocking that how big our county is. And Porterville isn't as affected as we spoke to earlier, areas east of our community or our area in the county, that we have the only shelter available. And once again, Porterville is stepping up and leading that effort, not waiting for somebody else to. And so it's just an honor for me as a new council member to continue Porterville's leadership role, that we are looking out for our community and our constituents. So I'm just proud to be part of that effort that's continuing. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrock.
Just a couple of items. Again, I mentioned it earlier, all of our city staff and all of their contributions. I've heard it mentioned many times, just about at every meeting, the families behind the men and women that are our value to these employees it's critical to have that support at home. Thank you for investing your lives with our city employees and sharing them with us during the hours that they work and the hours that they're called upon. I met a gentleman personally. I've interacted with a person numerous times, but I met him personally just this week at a lunch, and he shared a personal health matter that he recently went through, and I was quite surprised to learn of the impact that just something that surfaced had on his life. And he's gaining it, and every day he's working on it. He's very conscientious of his personal health and maintaining it and improving his personal health. And I just want to express the opportunity that all of our employees have, and everybody that might be listening in, to maintain our personal health. I remember going to a doctor. I happened to have good genetics, and he said, "Don, you have diabetes." I said, "No, I don't." He says, you have blockage." And I said, no, I don't. And he ran all these tests after that, but then he finally said, "Don, you're obese." And I said, "Well, I'll give you that." So I'm working on my personal health, not as aggressively as some people are. I'm thankful for good genetics, but if I drop dead tomorrow, I'm just thankful for the opportunity to be here in Porterville. But I don't plan to, and so I want to encourage all the employees in Porterville to take care of your personal health and to take part in the wellness program. I think you can make a little bit extra money if you do that. And then just one final thing, I heard about an event that occurred to a staff member where their professional demeanor and self-control, not only with that individual, but people that might have been there witnessing what happened, they de-escalated the situation so that nobody got hurt worse. And fortunately, our professional was not injured more severely and overcame it and recovered fine. But just take care of yourself, practice safety out there, and thank you, all the city staff and people that contribute to this great city.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
That was great messaging from both of you, and I want to kind of quote John on this. He always talks about laying track in front of the train, right? And the train being the city, and always thinking out ahead and pushing that on staff, and you guys are just on top of it. Amazing. I reported a pothole to John yesterday, and as I'm driving home, the pothole's filled. It just kind of amazing. Great work to all of you. Continue the effort, and I'm very appreciative of it. You know, we had a discussion on policies tonight, and I wanted to talk about how policies directly impact us. And I wanted to just point out some numbers to you guys. In 2020 to 2021, California lost 332,000 taxpayers and a net loss of $29 billion in tax revenue. Direct impact. New York lost 262,000 taxpayers and a net loss of $24 billion. That is a direct impact of bad policy, soft on crime, and it's directly impacting that state. Now, get this, Florida gained 226,000 residents or citizens and gained $39 billion in 2020 to 2021. It shows policies matter. Texas gained 175,000 people and $10 billion in tax revenue. Policies matter. We can no longer stay silent as our state crumbles. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I wanted to also mention the flood fighters, and thank you for that presentation. The only thing I just wanted to say, in addition to everyone else, is just I appreciate that being on our agenda as a presentation. I think it's good for not just us, but the public to be able to hear, but especially for them to say their name in the department. So I just think that recognition for hard work really goes a long way. So thank you for putting that on the agenda. The other item I wanted to mention was I really liked reading about the public safety wellness dog in the consent agenda. I think that there's a huge importance for this for officers and victims, as I read in the staff report, but just kind of speaking to wellness overall, but mental health and wellness. And then not only that, the department sought and was funded a grant for those services. So I just want to recognize that important thing for the department. And then with that, the other thing I want to mention, I'm just looking forward to the casino grand opening for a lot of different reasons. And, you know, I saw part of the invite list, so it's very extensive. There's going to be a lot of dignitaries from tribes that have supported the Tule River tribe over the years. This has taken years and years of effort, and not just tribes, but city council members. But there'll be state, federal, and other government agencies and dignitaries there. So I'm looking forward to just seeing that finally come to fruition. And then the last thing that I just want to say, and I've been thinking about this a lot because it's really difficult when with the hours that I work and the different things that I'm involved in. But I think I said this today to her, but I wanted to acknowledge the mayor because of a couple of reasons. And this is just my personal perspective, is that, you know, there's 5 of us, and there's really one with a lot of years of government experience. So I know we all bring really strong, different, diverse perspectives and experience that make, you know, good discussions and dialogue and help to make good decisions. But there's really only one of us. So that has been here, that has the years of experience up here, hearing these presentations, hearing the issues and things like that. But in addition to that, I have to echo what Christy Martin had brought up earlier, in that the involvement in the local events is we're really fortunate. And then not just that, your involvement in local events, ribbon cuttings, and all these meetings and committees, but that you are a mayor as well. So, you know, I think I just wanted to acknowledge that and say that, because I feel that every time you attend an event and you're at another one and you report on them, and I just think, oh, God, I feel so bad, because I wish I could, you know, support on a different level of that for all of us. But just want to thank you for doing that and being that mayor. And
Thank
that's
you.
all.
Thank you. That's very humbling. Wow. Okay. I want Donnie and Captain Bartow to turn their faces on this thing right here. I want to see their faces, because I'm going to talk about them in a little bit. Where's Captain Bartow? Is he hiding? We'll find out. There he is. There he is. He heard it. Somebody went to go get him. Huh? Okay. First of all, I did attend the Imagine Arts ribbon cutting on April the 20th at their new location on Main Street. I encourage parents to take their children, and adults will have fun with this, to see what is offered, the crafts, the drawing, the clay projects, etc. There's so much stuff in there that it's amazing. In the space is large, but what they have to offer is really fun. On April the 24th, I attended the Memorial Quilt Unveiling in Visalia. And I encourage council members who have never attended this event to do so. This is sponsored by the District Attorney's Office. It is their annual Crime Victims' Rights Week quilt unveiling. They are in their 23rd year. This year, the theme was survivorship. The guest speakers this year were the families of Captain Ray Figueroa and firefighter Patrick Jones. We didn't know that. They never announce who the speakers are for privacy of the individual as to who's going to speak. And because there are other members on the quilts, it's more, you get there and that's how you find out. Both Captains Dominic Bartow and Josh Manis were present from our police department. They sat right behind me. They were taking care of me. 17 people were represented in the 2023 quilt. The two from Porterville, rest in peace, they are no longer here. One is Rudolph Duran Pina, and then Samantha Quintanar. And they were two of the 17 that were on the quilt. Again, I encourage council members to attend. Donnie, this one's for the Arbor Day celebration. That, I attend this event every year, and this was on April the 28th. This is an event I look forward to every year, and I commend Donnie and his staff because on this day, there were many other projects that were going on, and I want to thank, and I was grateful to those that were there present and who took the time in their busy schedule to make it. This was a quaint turnout. I read the proclamation and turned it over to Catherine Capone of the Tule River Parkway because her work does not go unnoticed, and she has spent countless and numerous hours on the parkway. In addition, the representative from Congressman Valadeo's office presented 3 certificates, one to Sequoia Medical Center, one to the Tule River Parkway, and the one that will probably be displayed in Donnie's office to the city of Porterville. I want to thank you, Donnie, again, especially for your staff in what they do and getting everything ready for the trees to be planted, and that effort by Catherine Capone. Thank you. And then I attended the Leadership Porterville fundraising event on April the 28th, and I have to tell you, they did an awesome job this year. I mean, every year it's something different, but this fundraising event was to support the class of the leadership program and their mission. All the proceeds of this evening went to Alta Vista School, to the students for a STEM lab, and the ambience, the turnout was fun, well attended, but congratulations go to the hard work of the 2023 class. May the 3rd is the Comisión pageant, and that's tomorrow evening. And on May the 4th, Mr. Lawless and I will be attending the project for Zero Knox and the Jaspong partners that are here from Africa. So we will be involved with that. May the 6th, I am looking forward to the Cinco de Mayo parade. You guys heard last year when I reported out that I was in that lowrider car, and that guy made that thing go every which way, and I was holding on for dear life. Let's see if that doesn't happen this year. We'll see. But I'm glad that Councilmember Meister and Belton are going to hang out with us and be a part of that. That's wonderful. Mr. Lawless and I will not be able to attend the Eagle Mountain Casino grand opening, darn it, because we tried to get them to change the date. Either it didn't work. Every time, excuse me, but we're not going to be there, blah, blah, blah. We are actually going to Washington, D.C., and we will be taking back a platform and a table of many different projects for the county. In particular, our talking points will be with an emphasis on the airport. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Lawless.
Thank you, Honor, and appreciate all the comments. In the light, I scratched out a bunch of stuff here because it was covered already by the council. Had the opportunity to recognize Administrative Professionals Day, and Eureka and Terry are probably listening in, unless Terry's working on her homework for her final class before she graduates with her bachelor's. So it's kind of exciting time, but stressful time for Terry. But appreciate all the contributions, and I know all the departments recognize their wonderful support staff and all that they do every day, and many times behind the scenes. So appreciate everybody that did that. We have a further opportunity this Thursday. Hope that you can join us in recognizing our staff with an appreciation barbecue out at the Corporation Yard. So hope the council is able, if you can just drop by. It's a busy day with Zero Knox's very special event with Jaspong, but out at the noon at the Corporation Yard. Obviously with the parade, a lot of preparations, again, turning around, and no rest for the wicked, as they like to say. So making sure that parade preparations are in place for Saturday. Mother's Day is around the corner, so remember those that are so influential in your life coming up. And then the day before Mother's Day is somebody's birthday.
Julia's.
Might be. So
It's got to be Julia's.
wishing her a very happy birthday.
Oh, my gosh. This is wonderful.
So she hopefully has a very special Mother's Day. Hopefully every Mother's Day is very special for her.
Well, thank you. Oh, my gosh. Patrice, what you doing over there? Hi, Jason. I saw you walking in at a different time tonight.
Thank you. Everybody's wondering, T-ball, Dodgers won in the 4-year-old division. We don't keep
Okay.
score, but we're all winners, right? So.
Mr. Knight? It's,
20 minutes of things to talk about.
End of report.
well,
I should say, thank you for the recognition tonight. Really appreciate council's recognition. I know getting staff in person in front of council, it's a little intimidating for staff to come in, but really encourage them to come in and hear that, council was aware of everything that they were doing, and the continued support that comes from council during the event. It's difficult for me to stand out and say thank you without also thanking everybody else that was part of this. And under adversity, our team was strong. So I really appreciate that. I'm sorry. And I'm not quite in the report, just to see
well, Chief Cogburn, good to see you here this evening. Chief Costello, I want to thank you for an amazing report. That's the most I have heard you talk.
So Jake only needs like 3 minutes, and then
Yeah. Captain Manis, good to see you this evening in the back, okay? And to the gentleman who is here this evening and at our council meeting, thank you for being present. All right, it is 9:29.